What?
My chair just moved. What
Random.
the hell is on my chair?
Okay.
What the fuck was that? Something just pushed on my chair, but there's nothing here. Okay, Brenda.
All right. Yeah, let me open Twitch on my phone. Okay.
Are you testing your mic?
No, I was just singing.
Oh.
Heads up, Twitch has updated terms of service. Why does my Twitch bio still say my artist is Sazerix, bro?
It's said that for so long.
It's probably said that since I beat Sazerix, which was like
Yeah.
2.5 years ago or something. Like, holy shit, bro.
Wait, it was?
Maybe it was 2. I don't know. Well, let me check.
I thought you beat
Sazerix.
Sazerix last year.
Oh wait, 1 year. Wait. August 22nd, 2023. So it was like 1.5 years ago.
Okay. That's still crazy.
Okay. I hope my audio is fine.
I'll pull the string up in a second. I'm slightly going right now.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh my god. Okay. Whatever. Twitch.
Can I take your order?
Oh, well, I can't figure out because I have a fucking ad.
Can I take your order?
Ooh, I get a
Is
croissant.
Cindy already at my door? Oh no.
Can I take your order?
Let me watch my chrysanthemum. I don't want to win a Butterfinger, bro.
Can I take your order? Can I take your
Hello?
order?
I think Cindy's killing me. Oh, never mind.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Yeah, your stream volume and stuff seems to be fine.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh.
Can I take your order?
Yeah,
No.
not bad for a first attempt. You said the audio was fine?
Yeah, the audio is all good.
Yippee.
And I got an ad about winning a salted caramel Butterfinger by watching sports.
Can I take your order?
Just thought you should know.
Oh
that.
wait, what am I doing?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I don't know why I looked there.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oops. What? Oh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
No, dude. God, I'm so stupid.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Fuck.
Can I take your order?
Random.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Bruh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Why did I look there?
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oh,
Can I take your order?
okay, that was sloppy.
Can I take your order?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Hello? Random.
Hi.
Can I take your order?
Hi, Chris.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Random.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Wow, 2 attempts in a row. I got 72.
Yep. From 0?
Yeah.
Damn.
Can
It's
I
not the
take
most
your
consistent I've
order?
ever been. Yesterday I got 89 times in a row. Or no, 83 9 times in a row.
Jesus.
Can I take your order?
I'm not having a very fun time with this level.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I
Can I
finally didn't
take
get
your
72. I got
What?
whatever that was.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Who joined?
I have no idea. Oh, it's Pokey. Pokey, don't say anything racist.
Can
Chris
I
is
take your
streaming.
order?
This is true information.
It's not.
Oh, my bad. Hi, Devin. Actually, no. Hi, Ben.
Can I take your order?
It's not.
Okay.
I made a programming language today. Heavy air quotes.
Can I take your order?
This is a cool run.
Oh, what? I'm at
Can I
72.
take
What the
your
fuck?
order?
Yeah.
Damn.
Not anymore.
Yeah, no.
You should
I-
be staying at 72 or even.
Can I take your order?
I didn't realize. I mean, I at least didn't die at 72. I got 74.
Can
I mean,
take
if
your
that part
order?
had just worked, I would have been fine.
I got one most
Can I
problem.
take your order?
Yeah. It's really bad that I'm just like tuning the whole level out and not even
Can I
realizing
take
that
your
I'm getting far
order?
most of the time.
Can I take your
Ben,
order?
whose part are you at right now?
Platinum.
Okay, so you're tuned in enough to.
Yeah, I'm tuned in now.
Let's go gambling, said nobody ever. Except for that person who said let's go gambling that one time.
Usually people
Can I
just say,
take
let's
your
hit up them
order?
casinos, fam. Not monotone, boys.
Usually people just say, let's go spike that girl's drink over there.
What?
Yup. That's it. Hit the nail right. Oh,
Can I take your order?
that's a Sorry, I just had to speak a little French.
Can I take your order?
You're Canadian? Again?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can I take your order?
what province are you?
The on straight
That's what they all say
Can
then.
I take your order?
on. I'm joining on my phone because I'm gonna go check the ribs that are outside.
Oh yeah, grill.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
You know what? We're gonna go at the front door because I hear my parents in the kitchen. They're gonna wonder what the hell I'm doing if I'm just going through with my phone to go outside.
Can I take your order?
This is arguably probably weirder.
The ants have been.
Can I take your order?
Don't be alarmed. I mean, statistically speaking, there's exactly one duck that
Can I
knows too
take
much.
your order?
Makes sense.
Those are crazy. There's leaves out here. And
Do you ever look at a tree and think, why is it watching?
Can I take your order?
yeah.
Can I take your order?
You guys want to get sprayed with cam?
No. Okay.
Can I take your order?
Sorry, my bad. That was probably not good for my phone.
Can I
I
take
mean,
your order?
agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I take your order?
Going back inside.
Can I take your order?
My phone is all laggy now.
Can I take your order?
There we go. That made it
Can
better.
I take your order?
Ben, if you had at least like $6,
Can I
how many
take your
dollars would you
order?
have?
90.
Whoa.
Can I
Look
take
at
your
that.
order?
Look at that computer.
Can I
I'm
take
playing
your
a
order?
talent. Owie.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Owie.
Can I take
If you
your
have children,
order?
how many children would you have childhood?
Can I
When,
take your
when
order?
making children, like, what's your favorite seasoning to put on them?
Hepatitis.
Can I take your order?
Children noodle soup.
Children noodle soup. Oh crap,
Can I take your order?
recipe.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, I just got a mail.
Can I take your order?
Fuck you.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Damn. 353 or something. That was a good one. I don't think it was good on power, but I'm gonna clip that actually. I'm gonna Twitch. Chris and
I agree.
Replay mod sample.
What power was I at?
What?
32%. Okay. So 100 minus 32.39 is 67% times, what was it? It was it was pretty much 353. So it was like 352.9. So 53 divided by 60 plus 3 times point 676. So what is that? That is, wait. Oh no. No, I should be doing 3560 plus 5 times 0.6761, which is 3.7, which is 3.7. Wait, it's 53 divided by 60. So I was on power pace, I think. That's actually crazy. Holy shit. There's probably a way easier way of calculating whatever the fuck that I just did, but it's fine.
What are you even calculating?
I was trying to see if I was on power
Can I
pace to
take
beat the
your
knight.
order?
I see.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Maybe and you forgot
Can
to
I take
play
your
Deception
order?
Dive right now.
Wanna.
Can I
Oh
take your
no, Cindy.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Misty Mountain's actually so bad.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, I fucked up.
Can I take your order?
I fucked up. Can I take your order, bro? So true. Ben, can I take your order?
Can I take your
Yeah.
order?
Hooray.
I would like one Chrysantha burger with extra
Can I
Ritz
take your
fries.
order?
I would like one suicide, please.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Bro, rat is so fast. Jump scare. Guys, Wildred jump scared me.
No, not Sir
Can I
Grid.
take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
Me when someone's playing Storming Summit.
I wanna beat this
Can
up
I
so
take your
bad,
order?
Sure,
but I'm
buddy.
not. Why does everybody say that?
I don't know. It's a really good level. You should beat it.
Can I take your
Said
order?
somebody ever.
take your order? Can I take your order?
I feel like Cindy's at my door. Nope. Oh.
Can I take your order?
Oh fuck, that was a long time.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Where the fuck? Oh.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Why'd I look there?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, bro, that's a dumb mistake. Finish the sentence. It's stuff freaking. My phone is
Can
not
I take
very
your
good
order?
at being my chat because it's cracked. I don't know why I look at okay. 1.5 minutes of ads is kind of Wildred. Wildred subscribed.
take your
Holy
order?
shit. W
Slow
Wildred.
down.
Holy Wildred. Wildred, when
Can I
Jesus
take your
edition.
order?
New patch added Wildred Jesus.
Can I take your order?
Can bro finish the sentence? No. It's the freaking. I don't know.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Bro sent a link in chat, bruh.
Wildred.
That's crazy.
Why would I be, Wildred? No offense. Why would I be able to finish the sentence if it's from Batman?
Can I take your order?
Unless
Actually, Roadtrip, have you seen this video?
Can I take your order?
Chris, I sent the video that you sent to me.
Oh, yeah, I think Wildred's seen that video. I'm pretty sure we put it on the most random videos list.
Done. Is it obvious? It is obvious.
Can
I don't know what
take
it
your order?
is, but it is obvious.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
This is risky.
Can I take your order?
Rat's gonna be here. Yep. Yep.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I'm the meat
Can
chef.
I
Yeah,
take your
sure.
order? Can I take your 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 order?
Rat's dead. I don't know why I said Rat's dead. I meant Rat killed me, but he didn't.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I looked at that for so long, bro.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
How did she get to my door, bro? Oh my god. Penguin sounds Swedish. No, penguin sounds like a
Can I
robot.
take your order? Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm dead. Okay.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Rage bait used to be believable. What rage bait? What, that penguin's a robot?
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
When, bruh? Did I just like fucking miss him? I don't.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, what am I doing? Hold on.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take take your order? Can I take your order?
What?
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
What the fuck?
Damn, 2.2 gone wild, yeah, dude.
Can I
Crazy
take
what
your
people can
order?
make these days.
Can I take
I just
your
got a
order?
really weird bug where I placed down an object, like a counter object, item ID, and for whatever reason it has a
Can
different
I take your order?
from everything else in the level. Like, just the font.
Can I take your order?
For no fucking reason.
Can I take your order?
Oh shit, that was close.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Alright.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Wait, what? What? I thought fucking old... Bro, I thought he went away. They found ways to include mouse movements into the level, yeah. It's the new
Can I take?
mouse trigger.
Can I take your order?
Platformer mode's revolutionary, bro.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What? Where the fuck
Can
did
I
Kane
take
go?
your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
I'm dead.
Can I take your order?
Guess not.
Can I take your order?
Oh,
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I'm dead to rat, 100%. Oh, okay. Wait. Where's Candy?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Nice. Wrong waste.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
That was so lucky. Thank you, Penguin. I don't have
Can
enough
I
power.
take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
No, dude, I was 3 seconds off. I was 3 seconds off. I was 3 fucking seconds off, dude. Time at the top correspond. Yeah, that's it's not in the game, but it's like a timer. 1 minute is 1 hour. I was 2 seconds off. I'm gonna die at 5:58. 5:57. Oh my god, I almost just fucking beat it, dude. What the fuck? instant replay fucking broken, bro? Oh. This is blood. Yeah, that was blood 720. That was the full max mode.
Oh, you beat it?
No, I died at 558.
Oh, shit.
That is so fucked.
Did the instant replay clip that?
That is cooked. That is cooked. That's cooked.
Yeah. The instant replay is just not clipping for some reason, bro. Yeah, okay. Fine, whatever. I had to stream it anyway. Dude. What? Dude, how am I gonna, like, calm down from this? Holy shit. I hate NVIDIA. Yeah, exactly, dude. NVIDIA is so... Every product they make fucking sucks. Dude, my nerves are, like... Oh, bro.
Cannot take your order.
Bro, I can't fucking play. My nerves are so bad.
Cannot take your order.
Why did I look there?
Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order.
Oh, I forgot about blank.
Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order.
Stop looking.
Cannot take your order.
Calm
Cannot
down,
take your
Susan.
order. Cannot take your order.
Almost fucking killed me. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Cannot take your order. Cannot take your order.
Dum 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 dum.
Cannot take your order.
Get this monkey to stop looking at me. You kind of have to look at him or else he'll fuck you.
Cannot take your order.
He's pretty much just Foxy, like he just...
Cannot take your order.
Sorry, I had to talk and play it. He's like, he's Foxy, but you actually have to look at him like... Bro, I can't... He's Foxy, but like, you have to constantly look at him. Basically, he has a timer that constantly goes up, and it only pauses when you're looking at him, so you have to
Cannot
actually
take
look at
your
him a
order.
lot, instead of just like checking him every once in a while. He'll what now? He'll screw you over. And when he gets to the door, he causes
Can
a
I
power
take
up.
your order?
Oh my god, dude, my hands are like...
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, I'm stupid. Clown nuke taunt kit.
Can I take your order?
They seem tedious. I've always been interested in those FNAF Max Mode things, but I never wanted to do one because I love how my phone censors it, so I don't know what word it is. Because I'm a pussy and they seem way too difficult. Yeah, that's fair. They get like, I don't know. It's not that bad. Like it's the difficult part of it is usually just learning it, and then once you learn it, it gets consistent, and then you can beat it like pretty easily. But
Can I take your order?
I don't know why. What can be? I wish you could like. I'm pretty sure there's a button to go back to the main menu, but I don't know what it is.
P.
Yeah.
Can I take your order?
It is not P.
M.
Nope. Oh, F2. Found it. They seem tedious because of RNG. It's really not that RNG based, honestly. But not all have them. So, oh, but not all have them, so I don't know. Okay, look at the maximum list and like, what the fuck are they doing and how's it working? Yeah, that's a lot of them are like that. It's just like learning cycles. It's always like really inconsistent at first. Same with when I did 50-20, like 1422 Taiken Suns when never. 1422 Taiken Suns, yeah, it's 59. It is ridiculously RNG based. So no. I was thinking of doing Twisted 27, which is like 20 something. Like, I feel like max modes are a lot easier than they seem because, like, when you play them, it takes quite, like, the curve of, like, consistency is, like, really weird. Like, you're really, really inconsistent, and then suddenly you can just beat it. Because it's pretty much just, like, most of them are, like, doing the same thing, like, over and over. Like, they have cycles that you just repeat over and over. So once you get the cycle down, you know, there's like the last, like the first 10 seconds of the night is the same, or I don't know, it depends what game. Rat and Cat is super cancer. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I tried to beat that one. the mouse movement, yeah. I'm not really a fan of like having to aim super precisely and I can't believe I got fucking 558, bro. 50/20 is nearly off the primary list. Yeah, it's crazy how hard stuff is. Yeah. I was like scrolling through the list to see what I wanted to do, and I saw a new Super Hawk Tua with costume in Channel 4 with no power, no death coin, no exploit, bro. Let me see this shit. Let's go to max mode list. New super. Like, what is this? Why does it say bloodlust at the start? What the fuck is this? Bro, I don't even know it. Why is the thumbnail? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why is the thumbnail bloodlust? What a random... Bro, that's like the... That's like a... That's like no jokes on the max mode, or no. Hold on. What's better? What's like a really... It's like hard machine, or like... Scrubba Bingo Force. Farbiddy... What is Farbiddy theory? Amalgam. Yeah, YKDS1479YMDPPR. Sari never clear. It's like Sari never clear. What's that game with like 22 animatronics all with different mechanics and it's really learny? Twisted 27. Yeah, Twisted 27 seems like it'd be fun, like, cause it looks really well made, and it's 25th. Oh yeah, Animator's hell. I've played a bit of it, like I didn't really like beat anything, but I just like tried it out because it looked cool. But this Twisted 27 seems really fun. And also, like, Chuck E. Cheese rebooted. It'd be funny if a really low quality game. What is Rainbow Overload? This looks like it's not very high quality. Yeah, what is this, bro? How is this even a max mode? How's this a FNAF game? This is second.
Hello?
Like, what? Yeah, then whatever's number 2 is some MS Paint shit. Chuck E. Cheese reboot is really interesting, yeah. I agree. Yeah, true. I remember when Funtime Gala was like... Was it ever 1? I know it was 2, but I think it might have been 1 at one point. Was Tycoon ever top? I don't know. I didn't know about the max mode list by the time that was a thing. I think the first time I ever saw the max mode list, it was like 9th or something. Anyway.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Why did I look at?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Bro, I keep opening the door on Old Candy too early.
Can I take your
Oh,
order?
true. I need to finish Five Nights at Wonder. Well, I mean, it's not really Five Nights at It's Wonder. I think it's Wonder Custom Night.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh! Alright, don't look at Cam 7, bro.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Wow.
Can I take your order?
Okay, Old Candy should be there by now. It should be gone.
Can I take your order?
Nice.
Can
Dude,
I
it
take
is
your
so
order?
satisfying to just know when Old Candy's about to fucking be there. I think Cindy's at my door. Yep. Okay. When's FNAC 5020?
Can I take your order?
What did it censor? What word could that possibly be, bro? Oh. FNAF porn remake max mode on like. What is this? Lego Freddy? Okay, wait, what is? Dude, I see on my phone it's like FNAF censored word remake, and I'm like, what word could that possibly be that is censored? And then I tab out, and I'm like, oh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
No.
Can I take your order?
Rat killed me. Yeah. turn off chat censoring on mobile? Probably, but I'm too
Can I
lazy to do
take
it right
your
now.
order? Can I take your order?
What? Why is Burr still there?
Can I take your order?
Oh, okay. It's 3 taps? Oh.
Can I take your order?
Yeah.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, why did... Okay, yeah.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Where's Cindy? There she is.
Can I take your order?
Oh, bro's back already. Holy shit.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Dude, stop.
Can I take your order?
Oh. Oh.
Can I take your order?
One second. Oh, there's candy.
Can I take your order?
Oh, Chester.
Can I take your order?
Okay, 2 seconds.
Can I take your order?
Oh, where's Cindy? Fuck. I didn't even see him, dude. What is that? Twitch badge. Okay, hold on. Is there a way to just like... Oh, I'm using Streamlabs for one. I don't know if... Is there a way to like export them or something? Wildred, do you use Streamlabs or just OBS? I've tried both. Okay. Is there a way? Wait. Stream. Scene collections. Okay, I might do it after stream because I don't know if there's a way to just like I feel like it would take a while. Discord. It's my Discord. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. I should put my mic there. Oh, but now this is, hold on. Okay, that's good. I wish there was like something to boop.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Why are my dogs barking, bro?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Damn it. Yeah,
Can I
girl
take
boss
your order?
patch mode is crazy.
Can I take your order?
Why is bro still there? I'm restarting.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Unless bro wants to lock in. You know, I don't really want to lock in right now. Okay, Ben is definitely. Pokey, are you even here?
I've been talking
Oh,
this entire time, partly.
alright. Do you want me to stay?
What?
Do you want me to stay?
Did you end screen?
No.
You can leave then. Okay.
Alright. Hello.
Hello.
I'm streaming.
Wait, because I wasn't sure if Chris was gonna join because they were speaking, but. Bitty 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 boo, bitty 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 boo.
Pizza man.
Your order.
The DVD.
Wow, how am I alive? Oh, because Penguin
Dee-ba-dee-dee-do.
closed all my doors.
Uninstall
Bitty
game.
bitty bitty bow.
Dee-ba-dee-dee-do.
Can I take your order?
I need you to take a picture of your ass, Andy.
I need you to send a picture of my ass.
I need you to send me a picture with your ass, Andy. But
Yeah, there is no pausing Five Nights at Candy's, bro. It is impossible.
there is no playing with Wildred in the core.
Body.
Can I take your
Why are you
order?
singing
Oh, thanks,
Amsterdam? Because I can. Dee-ba-dee-be-do-do. Dee-ba-dee-be-do.
Can I take your order?
Shut up. Shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut
What is
up.
Can I take your order?
We're almost at 20k channel points. I'm gonna go.
Almost a 20k shut up points.
Can I take your order?
Can
I take your Can I take your order?
It's crashing out.
Oh, bro jammed my door. What the fuck?
Where's the dickhead? Where's the dickhead? Where's the dickhead? It's bro
Can I
laughing
take
at
your
me,
order?
bro, dickhead. Chris, is bro a dickhead?
No, I was laughing because Cheese Sandwich said they're gonna clown nuke. I'm
My
presuming
house.
your house.
No. No, not my house. You can't do that.
Can I take your order?
Hey, yo! It's the freaking rat!
Shop.
Can
Yeah,
I
but
take
it's the
your order?
freaking rat. You don't get it, bro.
Or buddy.
It's the freaking rat!
It's that fucking bird that I hate.
Can I take
It's
your
a fucking
order?
bird that I. It's a fucking bird that I ate. It's a fucking bird that I ate. What? Your hardware does not meet the requirements
take
for
your
this.
order?
GTX 260 recommended. I have a 3060, buddy.
Can I take your order?
Right, literally, what are you talking about? Let's see if this even works. Dee-ba-dee-be-do. Dee-ba-dee-ba-dee-ba-dee.
Can I take your order?
Dee-ba-da-do. Dee-ba-dee-be-do.
Can I take your order?
When the rat's coming for you, bro. What the fuck? Square Enix made this game? That's crazy.
Can I take your order?
I did not know that. Oh, and the game is bugged. What the fuck's happening? I think my game's crashed. We're off to a great start. Okay, don't alt tab out of this game.
Can I take your order?
Nvidia. Stop.
Shut up!
Bro, what is happening right now?
Can I take your order?
Oh, there we go. Batman Arkham Asylum.
How did rat jam my door, bro? When the rat's coming for you, you better get that lube.
Can I take your
Does that
order?
mean
True, dude.
I need to take a picture of your ass.
The
Anybody?
mid-2000s. I'm gonna crash out. Cheese Sandwich said the mid-2000s called and they want your hamsters back.
Yeah, but I'm playing Batman Arkham Asylum, so
Can
that's
I
wait.
take your order?
Batman a bad man. Are we
Oh
no red
my
man?
god.
What did I feed man? What did I feed man? Batman no support gay.
Can I take your order?
Batman no support gay. 3 nether. Oh fuck.
We nether.
Can I take your order?
Damn, I'm running at 30 FPS. That's
Rat
great.
kill.
We nether. We
Can I take your order?
Oh, what the fuck? Bro just made it crash, bro. What the fuck? What is this? Hitchhikers may be escaping patients.
Can I take your order?
Just my type. Shut up.
Can I take your order?
Batman no care.
Batman no support gay.
Sure, dude. Why is my fucking cursor on screen?
Can I
Get out
take
of
Number
your
one
order?
problem facing our society.
here. Ain't no way, bruh.
Chris, what is the number one problem facing our society?
No, it's community.
Can I
What is
take
the
your
number one
order?
issue facing our community today?
Young men have no riz.
Brr.
Yeah, for real. Our birth rate is cut.
Can I
Gonna be
take
cut
your
in the
order?
future.
It's so fucking loud.
Fucking hell. Yes, I'm fucking hell.
Can I take your order?
Yo! Bro.
The Jonkler. Ha 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 ha.
Can I take your order?
Na, 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 na,
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha
Can I
ha.
take your order? Can I take your order?
Just my time.
Damn, Arkham Asylum.
Can I take your order?
Boom chi boom chi boom boom chi boom boom chi boom. Oh. What is the one?
Boom, chi, boom, chi, boom, chi, boom, chi, boom, chi, boom,
Can I
chi.
take your order?
Shut up.
Can I take your
Looks like a
order?
bitch. Yes, she is a princess. Ha 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 ha.
Can I take your order?
Ha ha ha.
Well.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
True, I gotta get that bag. I'm gonna get rich from playing Five Nights at Candy's.
Can I take your
I will.
order?
Nights at candies. It's this who you wanna be, I just don't get it.
Can I
Five Nights
take
at
your order?
Candy's.
Five Nights at N-words.
I knew it.
Shut
I knew
up.
you were gonna say that.
Can I
Go
take
ahead.
your order?
Andy a bitch, for real. That's me, bro.
Five Nights at N-word.
Can I take
Oh shit,
your
that's
order?
Cash.
Great.
Can I take your order?
Absolutely astonishing, bro.
Cheese, what do you do if Batman says to oil up?
Can I take your order?
Absolutely astonishing. Why is my game lagging?
Can I take your order?
I fucked up. I'm
What's up,
alive
dog?
now.
Can I take your order?
I'm gonna be Batman and use my immense wealth to murder him. Bro, but he wants you to oil up. You can't just do that, bro.
Can I take your
Oh,
order?
buddy.
Oh.
Can I take your order?
Hey, it's Joker.
Can I
So
take
I'm
your
not
order?
nothing about you.
Oh, bro.
I don't care, Casper.
What is the number one problem facing our community?
What is the number one
Can I take
issue
your
facing our
order?
community today?
N-words.
Bro, you can't.
One day singing, yeah, yeah.
Can I take your
One week
order?
it's singing, yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I fucked up.
Shark is a dickhead. Holy shit.
My name is Penguin.
So, buddy.
Can I
My
take
name is
your
Penguin.
order?
Penguin. My name is Batman. Batman. Chris, what's your opinion on the name Ashraf Mohammed?
So, buddy.
Can I take your order?
That's a name.
Yeah, not as good as Ninja Shot. Is that Killer
Can I
Croc?
take your order?
Holy shit, that's Killer Croc.
Do you like cock?
Do you like Killer Cock?
Can I take your order?
Would you like some cock?
For real.
Can I take your
Dude,
order?
oh my god, bro looks sick.
Why does Steam say I have 60 FPS when I have 20? Random, bro.
Can I take your order?
Oh yeah, I was gonna turn down my audio because it's way too fucking loud.
Can
Oh,
I
yeah.
take your order?
Dude, he looks sick. Oh my god. Bro looks so cool.
Can I take your order?
That was a perfectly cut sound of the glass breaking. That was funny.
Fun.
Can I take your order?
Dude, Killer Croc is terrifying.
Can I take your order?
Why did
Yeah,
I-
bro, that's your mistake. Brown, 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 brown. Oh.
I need to stop looking at Cam 7 when fucking old candy is there, bro. Like,
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
don't look at Cam 7.
Can I take your order?
Damn, that's bars. Cheese, that's bars. I don't know what to say.
He's alright. That girl's alright.
Can I take your order?
Cheesa, cheesa.
Jesus.
Can I take your order?
My friend is playing Geometry Dash.
What's so funny about that?
So,
Can I take
because
your
I
order?
don't know anyone else that can do that who plays Geometry Dash. Usually everyone
Oh,
can do it. It's the
one of your
goofiest
German
game ever.
friends.
It's like a kid. It's like a kid's game, and no one takes it seriously.
My name is
Except for
Penguin.
people.
Can I take
What?
your
Can I
order?
take your order?
I
A lot of
close
people take it
doors
seriously.
to ruin your day.
A lot of people also hate N-words.
Alright,
What,
Can
bro?
I
What
take
is
your
this call,
order?
bro? Penguin
This
is
is like-
low key helpful a lot of the time. Like there'll be some guy right at my door and he'll close it for me.
Can I take your order?
Oh. Oh, we're cooked.
Bro, why is shit so laggy?
Can I take your
My
order?
mom's kinda laggy speed.
Real.
Can I take your order?
Destiny.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
This
Can I
guy's such a
take
big
your
guy.
order?
Oh. Hi, Jim. Jim Gordon. Jim Gordon. More like
Oh, yeah.
James Corden.
What does that mean, bro? What does that mean?
Can I take your order?
Danner.
Can I take your order?
Oh, it's Harley Quinn. Lol.
Oh, bro, I looked at him for so long.
I'm quinning it. I'm quinning it.
I'm
Can I
shaking
take
it.
your
I'm
order?
shaking it.
I'm jaking it. I'm jaking it.
Can I take your order?
I saw a SpongeBob reel and it caught me so off guard because it was like, I need to go to the hospital, and then it got really loud and it was like, I'm about to come, and then it just like turned white. It was so random.
I'm about to come.
Can I take your order?
For real.
You are the
Bro,
clock
isn't
that
it?
is ticking in my heart.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Luigi gets cucked.
For real.
Can I take your order?
Luigi does get cooked.
Oh, cucked, buddy, cucked.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
What is it?
Can I take
Can
your
Steam maybe
order?
open? Can Steam maybe open for one?
Here we go.
Bro,
Yeah,
Rat
bro.
is so fast, dude. It's ridiculous. He takes your order so fast.
Can I
Yeah, he
take
takes
your
your order in 10 fucking seconds, bro. As soon as you enter the restaurant.
Bro has 100 hours in GD.
If Luigi gets cucked, then
Can I
Peter
take
Griffin
your
ain't in
order?
Fortnite. Bro,
Oh,
What's that mean, bro?
I literally only have one thing.
this is too dude. The words going into my brain are too brain rot for me. I swear.
Can I take your order?
Bro, Samurai's getting so close to saying the N word, like, I don't even know. Like, just say it, buddy. Like, I don't even know,
Buddy.
like, literally just say it, buddy. Like, just
To
say
you,
it.
it seems like I'm getting closer, but in reality, I've literally been as far as I always am.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
Can I take your order?
Going from Arkham Knight to this is crazy, bro.
Going from Arkham Knight to N-word is...
Bro,
Can
what
I
the
take
fuck?
your order?
I got my first Riddler trophy. It's crazy.
Rizzler.
Skibbity dop dop dop.
At least I ain't saying skibbity. Well, he just said it.
At least
so.
I am saying the N-word.
Yeah, you just said exactly.
Yeah, you could have
Can
said at
I
least
take
I
your
ain't
order?
saying the
Ah,
S word.
shucks.
What is
Ah,
the
shucks.
N-word, bro?
Skibbity.
Skibbity. Oh, fuck.
Dude, you can't say that.
Can I take?
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, bro. Can you
I'm
forgive
sorry,
me?
bro.
No.
Maybe.
Wildred,
Damn it.
we're done. You said skibbity.
You're done.
That's
You're
unforgivable.
done.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, but I hate.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case.
Yeah, well, in that case, you're good.
Can I take your order?
Will, you're banned. You're banned.
Dude, have you seen the clip of Queso telling his mods to ban his mom?
Can I take your order?
Bro, what? Okay. What the fuck?
Bro, his own mom, like, made fun of him for being fat.
Can I take your order?
He was like, yo, Chad, can we ban my mom? So dumb, dude.
Yo, chat, yo, chat. Yo, chat, am I cooked?
Shout out,
If you
shout
don't
out.
stop the stream
Can I take your
right now,
order?
we are breaking up. Yo, chat, what do I do?
Chris, what would you do if your partner told you, if you don't end stream right now, we're going to break
Can
up?
I take your order?
I would keep streaming.
Yeah, and then you would ask chat what to do, right?
Yeah, true.
Can I take your order?
Relationship advice. So good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and then you change the title to relationship advice.
Can I take your order?
Yo, chat, what do I do?
Shut up.
Shut up!
Can I take your order?
Is it a rat? The fuck?
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
Can I take your order?
Bro, fuck old candy.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Mods put coal in his stocking. Sure, dude. Chat, do I have sex with my girlfriend or play Fortnite?
Oh my god.
Remember those people that got... Remember the person that got banned for having sex on stream?
Can I take your order?
Oh my
What?
god. No, she got banned for like a week.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Ooh.
Some random woman was having
Can I
clear
take
obvious
your
sex on
order?
stream and she only got banned for a week.
Bro.
And then a dude
Only
showed his
one.
bulge. And then a dude showed his bulge and got banned permanently. No,
Can
not
I
his
take
dick,
your
not his full
order?
dick, just a
Yeah,
bulge and he got banned.
Over the
Like,
pad.
what the fuck, bro? And he did it as like a test. I don't even think it was meant to be sexual. He's like, if I want to see if I get permabanned or just a week. And he got permabanned.
Chat.
Yo, What? How is that a fast vault? That is the first time I've actually gotten a fast vault when I wanted it to be a fast vault.
Chat, do I raise up a femboy baddie or play FNAF?
Shut up. Shut up.
Tell Cheese Sandwich
what do
to
I do?
shut up.
Chat, what do I do?
Chris, would you
My-
rather
my
date a
female
femboy or
friend-
be a femboy?
My female friend Riz, what was it? I forgot what it
not
was.
that.
My female no, I need to lock in on reciting this copy, but my female friend Riz kicked me out after I said chat clip this when she took her shirt off or something like that.
Yeah. Chris, would you rather be a femboy or date a femboy?
I don't know.
Damn.
Date a femboy, I guess.
Bro's low-key in a
Can
pickle.
I take your order?
Bro's gonna be a pickle, man.
Bro's gonna have a pickle.
My god.
Can I take your order?
Is that Victor's ass?
You and the Zaz.
Can I take your order?
Oh, it is Victor's ass. Look at him.
Zaz.
Can I take your order?
Shut up.
Can I take your order?
Why can't I do both?
Shut up.
Yeah, it's both.
mean,
It's
yeah.
both
Take
one of the
your order.
options.
Real.
Shut up.
You're cooked, buddy.
Can I take your order?
Boom.
Boom chi boom chi boom chi boom chi.
Can I take your order?
I can lift you up. I can show you what you want and take you where you wanna be.
Cindy.
Ow.
Bro, this chat is crazy.
Can I take your order?
Bird.
I say this chat as if it's not one person.
Yeah, it's literally one guy.
Me and Twin.
Can I take your order?
Man says N-word, instantly regrets it.
For real.
Can I take your order?
That's gonna be me soon.
Yeah, literally. Dude, say it. That's literally me.
Hey, just say
I
it,
mean,
say it.
no, I mean that's not me.
Can
But
I
like,
take your order?
I'm saying like, yeah, whatever. I'm cooked.
Why did I? Okay.
We safe and sound. We safe and sound.
Cannot take your order.
Real.
We safe and sound. Shut up.
Cannot take
Please let me
your
on hold.
order.
Please let me on hold. Please let me on hold. Please let me on hold. Oh, you fucking bitch. Oh, she was over. Okay.
Cannot take your order.
Shut up.
Cannot take your order.
Can I find a generator?
Can I be a
Oh,
Batman?
okay.
Can I be a Batman?
Cannot take your
Sonic.
order.
Wait, am I alive? Bro, why is there no gen on this
Cannot
map?
take your order.
Praise me.
Exactly. Shut up.
Boo!
Cannot take your order.
Oh. Oh, what? I thought that gen was done. Bro.
Cannot take your
Bro.
order.
Bro.
Oh, Riddler trick. Yeah, sure. What do they look like? They look
Cannot take
they
your
look like
order.
shit. It's a turkey town.
What
Cannot
are you
take
doing?
your order.
What are you doing? You safe and sound.
What are you
Cannot
doing?
take
What are
your
you doing?
order. Cannot take your order.
Shut up.
Oh, another Riddler trophy. Look at that.
Cannot take
Right, 3
your
Riddler
order.
trophies already. Riddler's cooked. Riddler's cooked! Riddler's cooked! Riddler's
Cannot
fucking
take your
cooked!
order.
Riddler's cooked! Riddler's cooked!
Cannot take your order. 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 Cannot take your order.
Wait! Who bonked? Who fucking bonked?
Cannot take your order.
What would you do if I snuck a clown nuke into your mailbox? Then I'd probably blow up.
Why did you do that, bro? Okay.
Cannot take your order.
Wildred, what's your favorite killer chase music?
Wait, what am I doing? Okay.
Legion, probably.
Lol. Actually, I was just thinking about that one. That's
Mildred,
why
what's
I
your
asked.
favorite religion?
Cannot
I mean,
take
it's the
your
one that
order.
actually sounds like music. I mean, they're all music, but I mean, like, actual, like, something I'd listen to.
Yeah, for real.
Like, the rest is like...
Take your order.
Like,
That one's kind of fire too, though.
no, it sounds like...
Cannot take
Get up,
your order.
get up, what's up?
What's up? Get up, get up.
Get
What's
up,
up?
get up. What's this to do?
Cannot take your order.
Vad man
Only get that
sportstol. Vad man sportstol. Oh, you're going to the basement.
You go in the basement, buddy. You go in the basement.
You're down. You're down.
Can I take
You're
your
down.
order?
Where's painkiller?
I'm not. But I knew that person was going to the basement.
Rescue the guards and henchmen.
Can I take your order?
Fucking punch him in the skull.
I died for you, this is to say, we will take
Can
the
I
world for
take
them,
your
the world for
order?
you, the world for everybody in this room. I just want to stay stuck where I'm fine.
Can I take your order?
Baby, baby.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, think about the angels way too much. It's fun to fantasize.
Where's yapping?
Can I take your
21
order?
pilots, buddy.
Sure.
Oh, I'm falling.
Oh, whoa, whoa. I want
Can
it.
I take your order?
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, I know how the game works, buddy.
Then a bullet for you, a bullet for everybody in this room. You're down, you're down, you're down.
Can I take your
Critical
order?
combo strikes. Inverted takedown. You don't have that at the start of the game? That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
You would let them spare. Who would you live for? Who
Can
would
I
you die
take
for?
your
And
order?
would you ever kill? Oh. You're done, buddy. You're done. You're
A
done.
plane don't need that many pilots. Yeah, that's kind of true.
You're done. You're done. You're done.
Why would a plane
Oh.
need 21 pilots?
Can I take your
Yeah, this
order?
Legion is so random.
For
bro.
real. I was on a plane not long ago.
I wonder why.
Japan. Japan.
So was
Can I take
summer.
your order?
Yeah, for real. Thinking too much. I've been thinking.
You're dead, Batman.
Can
You're
I
Edward.
take your order?
Hey, yo. Bro, go away. I woke up way before that. I'm deader than you.
Can I take your order?
You want some of this? Bro just knows. Bro just knows. They just know. Okay.
Does he know? Oh.
Can I take your order?
Chris, would you rather say the N-word or say the
jammed
N-word?
that. I would rather poop a fart. Wait, what was the question?
Would you rather say the N-word or say the
Can I
N-word?
take your order?
Why did Penguin take 14 seconds to close the door?
Literally doesn't care. Yup, I'm not answering that, buddy. That's
Can I
Chris.
take your order?
So I'm taking my time on my ride. I've been thinking too much.
Can I take your order?
Thinking too much. Thinking too much. I'm sitting in the cardboard box, spending every dollar at the liquor shop.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
One, two.
Penguin needs to step up his game. True, Penguin's not a very good waitress anymore. Penguin's getting demoted.
What? So stupid.
Can I take your order?
Totally stupid.
Bro's such a digger.
Can I take your order?
That's
Can I
actually
take your order?
No.
What? How is that not stunning him, bro? This game is random as hell.
What are you playing?
I'm an Arkham Asylum.
Can I take your order?
Oh, he just had a heart attack. Okay. Oh, well, you're not supposed to beat him?
Can I
Oh.
take your order?
Wow.
Can I take your order?
Okay. Do it.
Can I take your order?
What? Okay, bro. I need to show you that. Wait, what? What? Wait,
Can I
what?
take
What
your
is...
order?
What? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, Will, do you wanna know what just happened? I threw a
Can I
pallet
take your order?
on a hillbilly. He chainsawed through it, and I got hit. But... Like... But not
Can I take your
down.
order?
I didn't die. I just got injured.
Was he in overdrive?
Yeah?
Yeah, if he's in overdrive and you throw down a pallet and he breaks it and you're there,
Can
you'll
I
get
take
injured.
your order?
That's just
Oh.
overdrive.
Bruh.
I don't know if that's an add-on or if that's just how it normally works.
Can I take
It's
your
an add-on.
order?
Okay. Now what?
Can I take your order?
Yeah,
Can I
that's
take
definitely
your
an add-on.
order?
You guys are the trophy?
Can I take your order?
Bruh.
Can I take your order?
Too late, buddy. It's too late. Is it too late now? It says. Engere.
I'm an emperor and I let you down. Is it too late to say sorry now?
Sorry.
My name is Penguin.
Oh, for him.
Can
My
I
name is
take your order?
Penguin.
My name is Poopgwin.
Yeah.
Can I take your order?
Bro is camping. Which is mine, yeah. Hanging cube on with you, monster. How should I feel?
Can I take your order?
Wait, what? You just chainsawed through like a pallet. You like chainsawed through it straight
Can
up.
I take your order?
Yeah, that's overdrive. Okay, no, that's definitely not. I don't know.
Can I
But
take
yeah,
your
those two
order?
things are definitely not.
Bro, it's like 2 eerie add-ons. And he's still fucking losing. He hasn't hooked anyone. Oh.
Can I take your order?
Oh, actually, yeah, he's tunneling. Never mind. He has hooked this one person. Features mine, yeah.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Monster, how should I feel?
Oh my god. The creatures lie here.
Can I take your order?
Monster, how should I feel? Which is mine, yeah.
Can I take your order?
Blah, 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 blah.
Am I dumb or
Blah,
something?
blah,
I
blah,
keep
blah,
dying to
blah,
candy.
Me. Oh. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not.
Can I take your order?
How should I feel? Creatures lie here.
Can I take your order?
Okay, dude.
Can I take your order? your order.
Easy. I'm gonna turn off the game audio a little bit.
Drop everybody.
Can I take
Drop
your
everybody.
order?
Kick down. Drop. Let's go. With the flow. Oh my
Can
god,
I take
dude.
your order?
Drop everybody. Drop everybody. Kick down. Drop.
Can I take your
Let go.
order?
With the flow. Oh yeah,
Can I
yeah.
take your
Oh
order?
yeah. Ooh. Please, dude, please. I'm gonna die for this. I don't care.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I didn't want to.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
My god, shut up! Why does my alarm be going off? Why does that think that's stupid, that's so stupid.
Can I take your order?
Shut up.
The future. Change the past. The future.
What? Am I dumb? How did Candy get me? How?
Where did the truck
Never
go?
anything wrong. Never anything.
Can I take your order?
Oh my god, dude. Whatever.
Can I take your order?
And I'm dead. Cool.
Can I
This
take
fucking
your
person
order?
through the entire game. I don't care, bro. You're a fucking dumbass, dude. You're a fucking dumbass.
Can I take your
Should've just
order?
left. This is what I get for trying to save my teammates. Whatever, bro.
Me dude.
Can I take
Reason
your order?
why here. How should I feel?
Can I take your order?
How they would have made it if I didn't fucking 99 the gate, bro. It's so dumb.
Wait, did you guys not get out of the
No one
the
fucking
hillbilly
got
game?
Can I take
What?
The
your
hillbilly
order?
game.
No, no one got out. They fucking fumbled. All of them.
Oh my gosh.
What is happening? I don't. Am I actually just fucking stupid? What is happening?
Behind the gate, bro. It's so dumb.
Wait, did you guys not get out of the
Oh wow, Twitch is lagging. Thanks, Twitch. Wow. Yep, cool. Twitch is just not fucking working. Cool. Why? Hello, dude? What the fuck is... Okay. Okay, he's left door. I get rid of him. When did he get there? I actually have no idea when Candy could have possibly got there. Like, how? I actually, like, what? That is ridiculous. How did he get there? I actually have no idea how he did that. I checked cam 3 so many times. I got rid of him at the left door, checked cam 3 like a billion times, and he somehow snuck past me. I don't understand.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Where is Candy, bro?
Can I take your order?
For some reason.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oh, that's bad.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
He gave me no fucking time, dude, I swear. Bro, I watched him. What? Did I not watch him?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Okay, I'm just forgetting how to play now.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Candy? Wait, what?
Can I take your order?
Candy's on cam 2. Candy's on cam
Can I
3.
take your order?
Candy's go. Okay, fair enough. That's actually okay. That's
Can
my
I
bad.
take your order?
Yeah, that's my bad. Okay, that's my bad.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
The penguin closed the. Okay, whatever, bro.
Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
Oh my god! Survivor, welcome to the stream.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oh my god.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
How's the game, but I'm not very good. The
Can
mediocre
I take your
speedrunner.
order?
Welcome to the stream.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Fuck off, bro.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I?
Like...
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
When?
Can I?
Like when, bro? When? I don't... When? I'm having trouble with cat and mouse too. I guess for rat, like, just 3 animatronics, but rat, yeah, rat and old candy. Old candy is really hard. I think for rat, you really only have to check cams, I think it's 3 and 7. Like with aggressive mode, just like the cams right before he attacks. And Cindy is only on cams 12, 2, and 3. So just like cycle between 12, 2, and 3 and 3 to 7. And then if you see old candy, just give them a bit to get to your door. There's also an audio cue when old candy gets to your door. It's like a quiet try and show you. That it's like sort of a buzz or like an ambience when that plays. Then old candy's at your door. So yeah, I don't know. That's all I can really think of. Yeah, this one's kind of tricky.
Can I take your order? 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 your order? Can I take 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 your order?
What? Wait, what the? How did get? Bro, Candy is so fast. I don't get it. Rat is so fast. Yeah, exactly. Rat and Candy are so fast. It's unbelievable.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Candy, you're right.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy left.
Can I take your order?
Candy
Can I
right.
take your order? Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
Oh, I fucking blanked, dude. Also, I think Cindy was at my door. Yeah, I swear to God, sometimes he just like instantly jams the door. It's so annoying.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I
And you're
take
right.
your order? Can I take your order?
I almost forgot about fucking blank, dude. Holy shit.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Candy rights.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
No! I should put a 5 a.m. death counter. What? Oh. Alright, go to the bathroom. Did you beat it? Let's fucking go boom. Does that mean you beat it? GG. It's kind of funny that the timer just starts while I'm typing. Working my way to blood 720. Next is the Misfits. Misfits was not that bad. Especially with old Candy's sound cue. Like Penguin, you can just let him get in, honestly. Like he is not that bad. yeah, Blank and Chester. Blank is kind of hard without a timer. Not really, well, not on like normal mode, but on aggressive mode, he's hard without a timer.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I don't know why I looked at old candy.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oh, what? How did I survive
take your
that?
order?
What? Oh my god, bro.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can
What?
I take
Where is
your
Cindy?
order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy right.
Can I take your order?
Fuck. Blank. Can you look at Chester? No, you have to have night vision on. I'm pretty sure.
Can I take your order?
I'm like 99% sure the night vision has to be on. Wait, you
Can
know
I
what?
take your
Oh my god, it's so blue. Oops. It takes like 50 seconds for him to leave. On 20 AI, so. Yep. Night vision needs to be on.
Can I take your order?
Candy, right?
Can I take your order?
Cool.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Okay. That fucked up.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy left. Couldn't get there in time.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy right.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Fuck.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Sloppy.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Wait, what? Why did
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy left.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Candy right.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Candy right.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Yeah, I fucked up.
Can I take your order? 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 take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
And you're right.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
No, why was that door closed? Bro.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Oh my god, what? Okay.
Can I take?
Yep, okay, whatever, doesn't matter.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Brat, please.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Bro.
Can I take your order?
Brat, please.
Can I take your order?
Okay, get rid of him. Hold on. Okay, got rid of him.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I don't know what the fuck happened to Candy, but sure.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Superman, welcome to the chat. My day is going pretty
Can
well.
I take your order?
How about you? Okay, I fucked up.
Can I take your order?
Good to hear.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I just don't know when he got in. I like.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, why did I do that?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
Candy right.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
What's your opinion on thrift store but it's crash out?
Can I take your order?
I would thrift there.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What? How did... Oh, what?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I'm deafened because I'm locked in.
Can I take your order? 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 order? Can I take your 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 order?
Okay. Oh, Wildred, you're so freaking Wildred.
Yeah, I told you, bro. I told you, bro.
Told you.
What?
Yeah, I said, if I ask Chris, they'll feel bad and I'm deaf. I told you.
Can I take your order?
Dickhead.
When Amadeus Arkham built this city, shut up.
We built this city.
Can I take your order?
Rome-
Rumors persist that Tommy Elliott, what?
Rome wasn't
Can
built
I
in a
take
day.
your order?
It was built brick by brick.
Sure.
Can I take your order?
I'm waiting to be shitting.
This is fucking awesome.
Can I take your order?
Shut up.
Can I
Drink
take
it.
your order?
Shut up. Okay, come on.
Can I take your order?
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Sin up, sin up, sin up.
Okay, I clicked on that camera, bro. That's bull honky.
Why can't you dodge that, bro? I don't dodge it in any other game.
Can I take your order?
I fucked up.
Come on, man.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
There we go, I got it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna fucking crash out.
I'm gonna
Can I
crash
take your
out.
order?
I got cash out in my pocket.
For real, for real. Shut up.
Can I take your order?
We're so brain rotted.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're gonna get 40 moves. That is so fucking cancelled.
Can I take your order?
I'm waiting to be a fucking city.
This is fucking awesome. Shut up, shut up, shut
Can
up.
I take your order?
Chris, you know, I've had the stream open on my phone. Are you proud of me?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Can I take your order?
I can't keep getting away with this.
You can't keep getting away with this.
Can I take your order?
Save all doctors in the medical. Oh, in medical. Yeah. Turn to doctors. Shut up!
Ooh.
Oh, Arkham Knight staff. Dr. Thomas Elliot. There it is.
Can I take your
Let's
order?
read this. Oh, Jervis Tech. Yo, there he is.
Shut up.
Oh, there's
Can I
Garfield
take
wins.
your order?
And then he escaped. Killer Croc
Can I take
transfer.
your order?
Dr. Elliot. That's sick.
Ooh.
Oh, that's how Hush it. Oh, I can ban them. Goodbye, buddy.
Can I take your order?
That's how Firefly escaped. Hush broke him out. He's a fucking dickhead.
Can I take your order?
Alright, open. Open.
Bro. The trumpets say low.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Remember, a happy patient is a quiet patient. Shut up.
Can I take
Shut
your
up,
order?
shut up, shut up.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
Wait, what? Oh,
Can I
she's
take your
involved.
order?
I got fumbly.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Damn,
Hey,
shorty.
Okay.
Can I take your order?
Spread out and find him. Shut up!
Ooh.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Can I take your order?
Ha 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 ha.
Can I
Shut
take
up,
your
shut up, shut
order?
up.
Sure. And there's still something I
Can
can
I
use
take
here.
your order?
Not again, dude.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I mean, the only thing I can do is silence him now.
Can I
I'm
take your
gonna
order?
leave my...
What? Dude, this guy is trolling. Yeah, this guy's
Can I
trolling,
take
bro.
your order?
Ooh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Ooh. Let's see.
Can I take your order?
Bro, where are you going, dude? Not even I'm this lost.
Can I take your order?
That's what happens when you leave it to somebody else.
If you want it done right, you should just leave it
Can I
to
take
yourself.
your order?
You should just do it yourself.
What
You
was
want
that?
that train? Well, do nothing but machines.
Let me get you an editor.
Can I take your order?
Good.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? order?
No chance. Not enough power.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
There's no chance.
Can I take your order?
And another 5 EM death. Let's rip. Bro's gotta update it, you know.
Yeah, I did.
Ooh. Ooh, how did that not hit, bro?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, Scarecrow. Oh.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh my
Can I
fucking
take
god,
your
dude.
order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Me in a thong. Alright, that's
Can I
pretty
take your
terrifying.
order?
Top 1 fears. Joke in a thong.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Wait, oh.
Can I take your order?
It's not even real.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, his eyes are glowing.
Can I take your order?
Bro,
Can I take your
what's that so
order?
fast? Okay, dude.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
The morgue.
Can I take your order?
Shut up.
Shut up.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Damn, fuck. This is... Scared.
Can I take your order? Can
Oh,
I take your
damn.
order?
Oh, let's go.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Oh, why
Can
can't
I
I ever
take your
find
order?
Hatch, dude? Really check the entire map again. Oh, I found it.
Climb. Climb.
Can I take your order?
Get up! I'm dead.
Can I take your order?
I hate how the rolls are perfectly lined. It's so annoying.
Bro, got out so fast. What the fuck?
Real.
Can I take your order?
Dude, I couldn't even see because of the bricks. Cool.
Can I take your order?
Okay, wait for the stupid bricks. No, no,
Can I take your
no,
order?
This guy was P100, bro. This guy was
Watalingangu, ringangu.
body.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I need you to take a picture with your ass out and your back bent in with your pussy belly
Ha ha ha.
no angle with face in it, winking, tongue out and your feet and your arches exposed and your toes clenching.
Bro is so freaky, bro is so freaky, bro is so freaky.
Oh buddy.
Can
Holy
I take
shit.
your order?
Chris, are you EP or free P?
Body French!
Can I take your order?
Wildred, are you EP or free P?
I don't know if I should answer that.
Bro hates me.
You're a fucking cook
Can
stick,
I
bro.
take your order?
You're fucking up. You're so fucking up. You're so fucking up.
What some killer of the oceans can be found in a
Can
tiny
I
jar?
take your order?
What? What does that even mean? Oh.
Can I take your order?
Great white shark.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Bleh, 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 bleh. Bleh,
Can I
bleh,
take your
bleh, bleh,
order?
bleh, bleh, bleh. Dude.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I don't know what to know about that.
Can I take
Like,
your
dude,
order?
this combat doesn't make any sense. Like, what am I supposed to do now? There's no one to attack, so I just lose my combo. Oh no.
Can I take your order?
Oh.
Can I take your order?
I
Can I
need you to
take
send a
your
video.
order?
That's after. Beep 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 beep
Can I
beep
take your
beep.
order?
Girl. What's your opinion on Dinos? Like singing
Can I
that
take
song?
your order?
Dinos.
Yeah. Like what if Beano sung that song?
Also base.
Girl. Is this bad the
Can
pain
I
of
take
his
your
love?
order?
Is this where the story goes?
Is this how the story goes?
Can I take your
Maybe I'm
order?
doing this, I'm finding the riddles. And bro can't do anything. Is this the riddle? I pick up the riddle.
Can I take your order?
This way.
Can I take your order?
Oh right, 'cause he killed Law. Yeah. Take that.
Blah 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 blah.
Can I take your order?
Damn.
Can
What?
I take
And I'm
your
just like
order?
doing these. Huh?
Oh, cool. I got killed because Cindy just didn't fucking spawn, apparently. She literally wasn't anywhere.
Nice, dude.
Can I take your order?
Nothing gets past me.
Yeah.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
2015?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I'm gonna listen to Freebird.
Can I take your
Base.
order? Can I take your order?
My god, shut up, bro. Ain't that.
Can I take your order?
Even the ghoul completely loses his mind,
Can
his
I
mind over
take your
nothing.
order?
Oh, real. She's gonna look.
Bing.
Can I take?
I'm gonna take a
What's that?
food break.
Okay.
I thought I was gonna say
Enjoy,
I'm gonna
buddy.
take a
Enjoy,
break.
buddy. Shut up.
I finished my food, but I'm ready to play again. I'm back.
Welcome back, buddy. Dude, come on. What can I do about that? I was in the middle of an animation.
Can I take your order? Can I take your
What?
order?
Okay, dude. Okay.
Can I take your order?
You'd be the lost one, right? Boom.
Can I take your order? Can I take your
That doesn't make
order?
any sense, bro.
For a Bane. Give it a rest.
Can I take your order?
Damn.
Can I
Get
take
fucked.
your order?
Bye.
Fuck.
Can I take your order?
Oh, that's why.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Venom,
Can I take
venom,
your order?
venom, venom.
Bro,
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Really, there's no like. I don't even know where's the trash in here, bro. I think
Can
some
I
of it.
take your order?
Okay, that's. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotta think like where's the word.
Can I take your order?
Uh huh. Go buddy, go buddy,
Can I
go buddy,
take
go
your
buddy,
order?
go buddy, go buddy.
Can I take your order?
Why does it have to do that every time?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Okay, yeah,
Can
that
I
was good.
take your order? Can I take your order? Can I
That's what
take
I'm
your
gonna do.
order?
Oh yeah, I should get that next. Blee 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 blee.
How did Rat jam my door,
Blah blah
bro?
blah. Sure.
Dude, someone teabagged me at the exit gate when I was
Yeah.
obviously new as the killer. Like, I was so ass, and I killed them.
Okay. Dude, I fit flavor.
Can I take your order?
What? Dude, come on.
Can I take your
Why am I
order?
playing so bad, bro?
Can I take your order?
Okay, let's see.
Can I take
I can
your
get through
order?
Oxford North again. Blah 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 blah.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Yeah,
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Okay, just, every game has like actually really good combat. Surprisingly, yeah. What?
Can I take your order?
FT's dodger of a wall.
Sweet
Just
home
keep your fucking
Alabama.
combo.
Can I take your order?
Oh, Crystal.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
That's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Sweet home
Can I take your order?
Yeah.
Freer.
Can I take your order?
Sweet
guy.
Trump, Alabama.
What do you think about the good guy?
The good guy, like
Can I take
Chucky.
your order?
Yeah.
Bro is not a good guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Can I take your order?
Shut up.
Blah blah blah
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Have you noticed how Ghostface does absolute cinema on his speech?
Can I take your
Okay,
order?
Dude, look at it. It's literally absolute cinema.
Dude, look at it, bro. Look at it, bro.
Look at it. Look at it.
Can I take your order?
Literally absolute cinema.
See, he's
Can I
holding up
take
his
your
knife and
order?
waving. That is not absolute cinema.
No, both of his arms are up. That's absolute cinema. Dude, it literally is. You're tweaking. You're rage baiting, bro. You're actually rage baiting.
Wildred,
Right,
be
right,
honest,
look
is it
at it.
absolute
Look
cinema?
at it. Look at it.
Can
It
I
looks the
take
same.
your
It looks the
order?
same. Just his fist isn't open. That's the only thing.
Go, dude.
It
Go.
literally looks the exact same.
Rage Rate used to be believed.
Can I take
Shut
your
up.
order?
Bro is actually crashing out.
Shut up. Shut
Shut up! Chris, I'm gonna have to disagree. So no, it does not look like it. Bro just sent a freaking dun-dun-dun Absolute Cinema. Bro hasn't even watched it yet.
Gung 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 sword.
Can I take your
Tung
order?
tung 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 so good.
I need it.
Dun 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 dun.
Tung tung tung
Bro
tung tung
is
tung
not
tung dread.
Tung Trid.
Can I take your
Break
order?
you. Bro.
Can I
That's the
take
rule.
your order?
Ah! It was bad.
Can I take your order?
How do you get adept again?
3 perks, you have to escape. All 3 perks, and you have to kill all 4 spiders.
Can I take your order?
So they're 3 teachables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Steve and
chose the
Nancy don't
first
have one.
Can I take your order?
Hi.
Because the Stranger Things chapter got removed. So
Oh
they
really?
became one. Yeah. And then it got
Can I
added.
take your order?
No, it got added. That's why this. They removed the achievements when the DLC got removed, and then they just didn't add the achievements back when they rehabbed it.
Random.
Can I
Hi.
take your order?
Yes! There it is, the bat claw, finally.
Can I take your order?
Finally, bro.
Disease. Don't stop me now.
Can I take your order?
Cause I'm having a good time getting. Isn't the dark mist both bad for killer and survivor? Like bro.
Can I take your order?
I don't know, bro. Ugh.
Especially smaller killers. Can't even see them. And stealth killers, bro. The sky, yeah. 200 degrees.
Can
is
I
what they
take
call
your
it.
order?
Mr. Fahrenheit.
Can I take your order?
Don't stop me now. Don't stop me now, cause I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all.
Buddy,
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
I'm about to whoa explode. I'm running through the sky.
Whoa.
Can I
For
take your
real.
order? Can I take your order?
I can't make back for the princess.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Yeah.
Can I
Damn,
take your
20k channel points. Yeah.
Buddy,
Can I take your order?
Now we wasn't. Yeah. Sorry,
Can I take your order?
Wait, what?
double. That's crazy.
take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Fuck out of here, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. I don't even know how she died.
Can I take your order?
Ah.
Can I take
Yeah,
your
yeah,
order?
yeah. Yeah,
Can I take
yeah.
your order?
What does the perk do where you throw yourself to the ground? Oh, they didn't mend.
Plot twist.
Oh,
Can I take your order?
I thought they have plot twist, but they just didn't mend. My
Fucking
fucking
idiot, bro.
god. Oh my god, they're all dead. Well, that's an easy event.
Can I take your
Oh.
order?
Oh, what are you trying to get? Oh, the blood.
Well, I
Whatever
wasn't-
you get.
I wasn't really trying to get a dead, but I don't really.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Am I dumb or just fucking stupid? Let's see, was my power good?
Yeah, but I wasn't really.
Stupid. Yeah, I think that wins if I keep that pace.
Can I take your order?
You've only missed a power and high.
For you.
True.
Can I take your order?
Oh,
Can I take your order?
that was the most boring game I've ever played, bro.
True.
Can I take your
I still
order?
got a pip for it. Bro. Oh my. They had two
Can I
what?
take your
They had two
order?
flashlights. Like they're not even new. They know how this game works, and they didn't mend.
I mean, just because they had flashlights doesn't mean
Can I
that they
take your
know how the
order?
game works.
No, they tried to flashlight. They.
Oh.
Completely horrible. I was looking at the wall and they're shining at the back of my head.
Can I take your order?
Blah 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 blah.
Can I take your
Blah blah
order?
blah 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 blah.
Blah blah blah. Blue blue blue.
Can I take your order?
What do you do if Mr. Beast would have been said of Riddler? My name was
Shitler.
Hitler.
Can I take your order?
Oh, okay. Fuck you.
Can I take your order?
What if it says Riddler? My name was.
I'm finna crash out.
Can I take your
Chris, would you
order?
rather finna crash out or gonna?
Oh!
Those two locked in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can I take your order?
Yeah. Finna crash balls. Yeah.
What? Can I crush your balls?
Wait, let me send
Can
that
I
to you.
take your order?
Wait, I think I know it, but like, I don't know
Yeah,
what
crush
it's
your balls.
from.
Yeah.
Can I take your order?
Bro, got tricked. A Sonic Man.
Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
I'm Chris.
No, I just
Chris,
saw
can I
that
crush your
happen live.
balls?
I just saw
Can
that
I
happen
take
live.
your order?
Chris, can I crush your balls?
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
I said
Can I
okay,
take
not
your
yeah.
order?
You do it funnier. You say it funnier than the video is right. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. No, you do. Like, the way he says it is
Can I
so
take
obnoxious,
your
it's not
order?
funny at all. And then you say, yeah. Like, he says, yeah. And you're like,
no,
yeah.
he doesn't.
Yes, he does. It's not just so
Watch
fucking
it again.
Can
Dude,
I
I'd
take your
already
order?
watched it. It's so fucking bad. You make it funny. Oh my god, you're so funny. Can I crush your balls? Yeah.
Can I take your order?
I'm a day is hard.
Sukma,
Can
Sukma.
I take your order?
Suck my balls. Suck my big black balls. What the fuck? A puzzle has many sides, but only some are visible.
I have two sides.
Shut up.
Can I take your order?
Wait.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Have you seen that video?
Stop addicted to the same thing.
Oh, bro, it's in the console.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
One of these I got to be part of the hate and stuff.
Oh, real.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Sorry, true.
Can I take your order?
We should add that to the playlist.
True.
Can't stop.
These I got to be part of the way
Can I
and
take your
stuff.
order?
I'm gonna crash out.
One I love these I got to be part of
Can I
the way
take your
and
order?
stuff. Needs are you.
Return to the service spice to
Can I take your order?
Need an ozone. Renegade the nature.
Can I take your order?
Of a generation. Nation.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Can't stop
Can I
addicted to the
take your
shindig.
order?
Shindig. Everyone that is all for you. The one I
Can I
love
take your order? Can I take your order?
It's like you.
More shocking than everything I ever knew. How about you?
Can I take your order?
Bro, why him?
Can I take your order?
I just broke his balls.
Can I crush your balls?
Yeah.
Can I take
Oh.
your order?
Oh,
Can I take your order?
open sesame.
What are these people doing? Genuinely.
Can I
Like,
take
why
your
do I
order?
go from like... I don't know, bro. So random.
Can I take your order?
Like, I go from like bully squads, they're teabagging me all the time,
Can I
like
take
very
your
perfectly,
order?
into like people who play the game for the first time.
He back all the time.
MMR is so
What?
ahead.
Why? Why did my combo go away?
Can I take
Bro,
your
this game
order?
makes no sense. Why did my combo just disappear? So random, bro. Addicted to the shindig.
Can I take your order?
Can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Oh.
Can't stop, won't
Can I
stop, can't
take your
stop.
order?
Oh, I'll just fucking M1 you then, you fucking dickhead. Screw you.
Go.
Can I take your
Oh,
order?
more shocking.
The wayside.
Can I take your
Just
order?
like you. Just like you. Open.
Random.
Me.
Can I take your order?
Oh, that still enrages me. Okay. Whatever, bro. I'm gonna leave her alone. She's just
Can I
waiting.
take your order?
Bro. Doesn't know that fast vaulting doesn't learn.
Oh, what the fuck?
Can I take your
Oh my
order?
god. Wait, so I'm dead. I'm dead.
Can I take your order?
Holy shit, dude.
How did he jam my door that fast?
Can I take your order?
Bro.
That piece on me. Oh my god, that scared me so bad. I don't know those snipers.
Oh, bro. Why? Why, dude?
Yeah, bloody candy sucks. Blood candy. Candy and rat are my least favorite because they just fucking kill you randomly. It's not randomly, but just it just feels random.
Friendly.
Oops, that's not what I meant to do.
Oh my god, I fell off, dude.
Blood candy's faster than rat. To me, they feel the same. They both feel really fast.
Hey, buddy.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, 2 Riddler trophies back to back. That's crazy.
Can I take your order?
Frank Bowl.
Can I take your order?
Can't stop.
Can I take your order?
What are you doing, bro?
Can I
No way
take
that
your
actually
order?
works. No way that works, bro. Bro's just like scribbling around.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Whatever, bro.
Poor Mac.
Meg Griffin.
Shut.
Blood 17 would be much easier without Kenny Run. It'd also be, dude, if it weren't for Chester, it'd be so, like, free, bro. Like, just, like, doing everything by itself isn't that hard, but having to look at Chester for, like, 2/3 of the night makes it so much harder.
Doesn't like, what's his name?
Can I take
Oh,
your
what's his
order?
name? Bloody old rat or old candy doesn't he like add up over the night, which means you drain a lot more energy or
Can I
battery, I
take your
guess.
order?
Yeah.
Or does he not do much?
He's hard, it's just, like, he'd be a lot easier with... Because the only reason to ever look at old candy is because you're looking at Chester, and he goes onto
true.
his camera.
Can I take your
Yeah,
order?
true.
Bro, where's this
Can I
man going?
take your order?
Ooh, I just saw some scratch marks.
Can I take your order?
Ah,
Oh, what are you doing?
Can I
bro?
take your
You are
order?
not slick, gang. They literally think this game is hide and seek. That's how they're playing.
Can I take your order?
yep, I must. Love him.
Fucking rat,
Oh,
bro.
I hate
Oh
him.
my
Never mind.
god.
Can
Hello,
I take
buddy.
your order?
Hello.
It'll get.
Terrible fucking
It'll
game,
get.
bro. Terrible game. Oh, boring.
Weren't you
Can I
getting
take
bored?
your order?
Or you're starting
Yeah,
to?
I still am. Of Survivor.
Oh, okay.
Blank is stupid.
When you bought a killer before, I guess you're switching.
What? Yeah. Like, Killer got boring. Now Survivor's boring. Now I'm going back to Killer, but I'm so far I've only been playing new killers because all the killers I have are boring.
Oh, okay.
Can I take your
Who's
order?
the main man in the main hall?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Can I take?
Dude, Adept is
Oh,
literally
yeah.
so easy because like your MMR's ass when you play a new killer.
So basically every
Can
character
I take
sucks.
your order?
I wanna see you bang. Paint it black. Black is gold.
Can I take your order?
Black is gold. It doesn't even make sense.
Bro, stop forgetting how to play, bro. Just...
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? order? Can I take your 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 order?
I double clicked, bro. Like, what the fuck? The one that's a pushover is Cindy.
Can I take your order?
I feel like Cindy can be hard too. Usually not, but.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Why did I do that?
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Okay, how, bro? Like, when? When did he get to my door? When? I don't know when.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Huh? What? Wha- Okay, that makes no sense, but okay, sure, buddy.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Why was he still there?
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Wait. What the Who bonked? Bro, who bonked?
Can I
Bro,
take your
oh
order?
my god!
Can I take your order? 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 take your order?
Okay, bro.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
How? That's impossible. That is fucking impossible, bro. Resort jump scare, I agree. That is impossible. There's no way he was that fast. There's absolutely zero chance. And cool, but the door didn't fucking shut or open. There is zero chance in hell Candy was that fast. No fucking chance. There is literally no chance.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, and I'm playing like shit because I'm fucking stupid.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Yep, and fucking still there for no reason.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your
That's so cool, bro. That is so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What? Cool. My mouse got a double click and it turned off the fucking night vision. That's so cool.
Can I take your order?
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
Are we nope, nope, no, 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 nope, nope. Let's count. Let's fucking count. Okay, 1, 2,
Can I take
3,
your order?
4, 5. Hold on. One, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3,
Can I take your
4,
order?
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so he moved like literally fucking 2 seconds. Whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Whatever.
Can I take your order? take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What?
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Okay, that makes more sense. I thought it was Rat that fucking jammed the door. That would have been complete bullshit, dude.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
Random.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
That is bullshit.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
What? 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 I didn't fucking look at him!
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? take your order? Can I 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 take your order?
Dude, rat is bull honky.
Oh, hi. Bird just left.
Yeah.
Can I take your order?
How the fuck do I leave this place, bro? Where do I go?
Can I take your order?
Can I speak? No. Okay. Gotta be. Oh.
Can I take your order?
Dickhead. Where the fuck do I go? Old Arkham names. What
Can I take your order?
Oh shit, is that a door? I think in the main hall there's some doors I put over there.
Can
My
I take
bad,
your
my
order?
bad, my bad. Where's this nigga?
Can I take your order?
Carry on. Carry on.
Can I take your
Oh,
order?
I'm stupid. I think. Yes, I am. I'm incredibly stupid.
Can I take your order?
Okay, that's bullshit. That literally, Candy never fucking came anywhere near me, bro. That is bullshit. That is just bullshit, man.
What's happening?
Candy's just randomly fucking killing me. Like, actually just out of nowhere. Never saw him on the
Can I
cameras.
take your order?
Never came anywhere near me, and he just fucking kills me.
So their goal is to come like towards the door, right? From the
Yeah.
cameras.
Can I take your
Yeah.
order?
Can't you see their eyes or some shit, or is that
Nope.
not?
It's
fair in
turned
blood
off in blood mode.
mode? Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order? Can I take your order?
New upgrade available for the battery. What?
Can I take your order?
Oh, the Sonic Violin.
What? Nope, let's count. Let's fucking count. Let's fucking count that, please. I want that. I want a fucking second
Can I take your order?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Can you upgrade
1,
elephant battery?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Oh, the Sonic
8.
Violin.
What? Whatever. Bro, whatever. I don't care. I don't fucking care. But whatever bullshit this game throws me. I don't fucking care, dude. I don't care. I literally don't fucking care anymore.
Can I take your order? 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 Can I take your order?
I'm done with this fucking bullshit, dude. Oh my god, it's just RNG. I'm just getting fucking RNG deaths. The most ridiculous RNG, unlikely bullshit deaths ever, dude. Holy fuck!